Hello, gamers. We're pretty much going to start right away. Actually, I wonder if it's better for me to just do like... How's it going, everybody? What up, Zets? Good morning, good morning. Why'd you get that team for Joey the other day? Didn't realize it till I saw him on stream. Really cool. It is cool, Shiny Groudon. I'm working on the video for it now. Well, not now, but I was working on the script this morning. Hoping to finish the script up tomorrow and start recording the audio, and hopefully on Thursday, Friday, I'll be blasting away in editing town. What's up, Lucaria? What's up, OP Brayloom? Is this part of the team building, or why is the 15 to 10? Oh, well, if you don't know me, I have been doing this Kyogre hunt on and off for a very long time, but I never had a method for, I never had a, timer for it. So this morning I went up and added all the stream attempts that I've done for this Kyogre up, like the lengths of each stream up, to just have it be a live split counter for the rest of the time that I'm doing this. Your arch nemesis. Yes, Shiny Groudon, it is your arch nemesis. You what a Pixel? Things are going okay. What's up, person? What's up, Driftwood? So what do I mean by this Kyogre doesn't exist? So yeah, talked about this a little bit before, but oops, checking on the kittens. What it means by this Kyogre doesn't exist is that the Kyogre is what's called method 4, and when you're methods in Pokemon, they occur based on the Pokemon generation process being interrupted in some way. Usually it's very, very stable on static encounters because not a lot of things can happen. The game isn't doing a lot between Pokemon generation and the battle starting. However, in inaccurate emulators, this process can be interrupted, and in wild encounters, it is a lot more likely that the Kyogre is interrupted or altered in some way, right? Or not Kyogre, but like wild battles being like sweet scent encounters, especially in Emerald particularly, the method of a Pokemon can change pretty frequently. However, in Ruby and Sapphire, it's pretty stable. Now, the stability of it is slightly altered by emulators. People who used to do before retail RNG manipulation became pretty popular, lots of people were doing RNG manipulation on emulators. They would be doing it on Visual Boy Advance specifically, and they noticed that Pokemon like Kyogre or like the Regis, they could actually be one of these alternate methods. And so what ends up happening is the Pokemon is generated normally, so the shiny personality ID gets generated. Then the first 3 IVs get generated, totally fine. Then what happens is the RNG doesn't advance, but the game does not generate the next 3 IVs. It stops. It does not, it just does a blank RNG advance. So the RNG goes forward, but then there's no IVs. Then after that, the IVs are finished generating. So what you get is a Pokemon with the first 3 IVs of a method 1 spread. And then you get the IVs of a method 1, the second half of the IVs of a method 1 spread, like 1 frame later. And we can probably show this. Oh, this thing isn't showing the IVs right now. Yo, what up, 10 Ben? How you doing, homie? We have some time. Let me open up Pokefinder. Let me open up Pokefinder, see if I can't show you all easier. All right, so let's, do I have a window for it? Trying to move it up. Do we have that? Oh, I don't know why this is like this. Well, this will kind of work for our example. So, check it out. Oh, what's my frame? 28865. Okay. So, this is the Kyogre that I'm going to be aiming for. Ooh, that's the delay. Oh my gosh, I'm having a dude. Let's go like that. Give me a second here. Give me a second here. So, we'll go to method 4. Oh, I pasted the wrong thing into the seed. So this is the Kyogre I'm aiming for on 28865, right? I'm aiming for this Kyogre, okay? So you can see it's modest with this PID, and you can see that it has these IVs. So what happens if I switch this to method 1? So it's method 1. You can see you can see it's still this PID. It's still modest. Same a bit. Oh, this isn't a Kyogre. This is a Trico. Let me get to dictionary. Legends Kyogre. I'm in whatever. It doesn't really matter. You can see it's this PID, this nature. The first 3 IVs are the same, but the second 3 IVs are not correct in method 1. So what gives? Well, like I said, the RNG does a blank advancement, and so nothing would happen. And then I get these 3 IVs instead of these 3 IVs like I'm supposed to on method 4. And you can see that. So if I go back to method 4, and you can see those 3 IVs are actually down here instead. So that's what method 4 is. And this is something that would happen to people on Visual Boy Advanced. Now, Visual Boy Advanced, not a good emulator. I also don't play on emulators. So what the hell am I doing, right? Oh, I have to talk to this once, right? Yeah. So what the hell am I doing? Well, I'm playing on Pokemon Box, Ruby, and Sapphire. Pokemon Box, Ruby, and Sapphire actually lets you play the just Ruby and Sapphire. Doesn't let you play the other GBA games. Lets you play them on a TV with a GameCube controller if you have a GBA and this link cable that links to the GameCube. It lets you do that, which is pretty interesting. And it's actually just an emulator preloaded with a copy of Ruby or Sapphire. And then after you connect it to the Game Boy Advance, the GameCube, it just sucks your save file up into the GameCube, and it just puts your save file in this emulator. Now, this is an emulator from like 2002. It's not good. So it also has the same inaccuracies that Visual Boy Advance does, and causes you to be more likely to have a split, method. So the first thing I'm doing is I'm hitting a painting. The painting is going to change my seed. I don't have game audio, so this is like a little bit hard for me actually. I believe that's the black flute. So there's a lot going on here. It's a little bit weird. But basically what I'm now doing is running directly to the Kyogre. want to do... You have flash. So, basically, what I'm trying to do is minimize the amount of... random calls that can happen by using the black flute and by using stench. I can't use repels, and I think this was discovered by DDEEFFGG. Basically, repels actually still cause wild advance. Okay, hold on. I will say it when I get to the Kyogre, actually, because I'm stumbling for my words a little bit here. Okay. So, what happened is that, oh, did I have a repel on? Ooh, I'm not supposed to have a repel on. If I had a repel on, that's bad. Ooh, did I use a repel? I did use a repel. Well, we'll continue with this attempt just in case. I'm not supposed to have a repel. I'm supposed to have a black flute on. That means I never use the black flute. That's fine. It's gonna make this attempt a lot worse or something, but it's not a big deal. I should swap those around in my bag. I haven't opened up the save file in a little while. So basically, you're not supposed to use a repel. You're supposed to use a black flute. And basically the idea is, when you're running from one place to the other in caves and stuff, wild Pokemon can spawn. Obviously, if a wild Pokemon spawns, the RNG will change because a Pokemon was generated, right? Well, the thing is, and this Meryl's also important for the cause, by the way. Yo, what up, Green Darkness? Okay. Brain isn't working so good. I need to get the game music on. It's like annoying me. The capture card might glitch. Oh, that's so loud. Okay, that was really loud. That was very loud. No, I turned it off. I turned it off. I turned it off on purpose. I only want it on for when I'm walking around and hatching the Meryl. So basically, we knew about lots of techniques to reduce the rate of encounters, right? We looked in Poke Emerald, the disassembly, or Poke Ruby, you know, whatever. And we looked at the disassembly, and it turns out the ability Stench is an out-of-battle ability that actually works in Ruby and Sapphire. It's weird. I thought all out-of-battle abilities didn't start working until Emerald version, but actually there's a few that exist in Ruby and Sapphire and Fire Red and Leaf Green, and they are Stench, Pickup, and like Illuminate. And they are only out-of-battle abilities. They actually have no in-battle function. Or Pickup technically is an in-battle function, but whatever. But Stench lowers the rate of encounter. The item Cleanse tag lowers the rate in which you get encounters. The Bike lowers the rate in which you get encounters. And the Black Flute item, every time you use it in a room, lowers the rate of encounters. So I had all of those on in conjunction with a Repel. Now, a Repel prevents encounters from happening if you are a higher level than the Pokemon that would appear. This means that a random call is actually done to see if you should have gotten an encounter, because you need to know the level of the Pokemon that would have battled that the Repel ignores. So this means that you are still getting a bit of a bit of extra randomness from it, which kind of sucks. So DD realized that with the Bike, with the Cleanse tag, with Stench, your rate of encounter in caves and water is so low that you'll probably make it through most caves and most waters without needing a repel, so you don't lose too many attempts, really, right? It's actually kind of genius. I'm not even using the bike because the Cave of Origin actually is such a low encounter rate that you do not even need it to get the lowest possible encounter rate. And so you're just running through the cave hoping to get 0 encounters and just get lucky. That's what you're hoping to do, right? The bicycle lowers the encounter rate. Yes, both bikes actually, the Mach and the Acrobike, lower the rate of encounter. I think it's on purpose because I think if the bike, because the bike is traveling so fast that if it didn't lower the rate of encounter, you would be crossing too many tiles and you would be getting into too many battles, basically. I think it would ruin the fun of the Mach and the Acrobike, especially the Mach bike, if you were getting into encounters at a normal rate or an increased rate. If you were getting into encounters at a normal rate, you would walk 3 steps with the Mach bite, which is basically when it accelerates, and then you get into a battle instantly. So I think that's actually the reason. I genuinely think that's the reason. Time-wise, it probably feels similar, just across more tiles. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Now, you also might have noticed that I hatched a Meryl. What's up with that? We'll pause here. The Meryl is for this music. You're hearing egg hatching music. That's a different glitch I'll probably explain on my next run. Here we go. Does that apply to hopping on the Acrobike? I don't know, actually. I think it's when I remember looking at the code, all it's doing is checking if you're on the bike when a wild encounter is supposed to be generated. So I think it does apply to hopping on the bike, Krish. So basically, bike plus flute plus tag plus stench lowers the encounter of a wild challenge ridiculously low, while repel ignores. Yes, Fluka, that's correct. All right, so I missed it, but this is my first attempt in a long time, so we're gonna figure out where we landed. Odayaka, that's calm. I believe this is a pretty good Kyogre, if I recall. It's not that good. Okay, I found nothing. We hit a method 4 one. So this is we instantly hit a method 4, as you can see here, Kyogre. We hit seed 772E, so we were 2 or 3 advances on the seed early. I was 1, 2, 3. I was 3 advances early. So we're gonna actually update that because it's been so long since I've even done this. All right, and we'll try again. Actually didn't feel good about that reset. Oh, I only calibrated the seed, not the advance, Bobby. A general tenet I have when I'm doing RNG manips that are seed manips. So in Fire Red and Leaf Green and in Ruby Sapphire painting, I tend to only calibrate my advance if I hit my target seed, because this is a double frame perfect manip, right? So I have to hit the painting on a 1/60th of a second timing window, and then I have to subsequently hit my Kyogre at a 1/60th of a second timing window, right? So because I have to do both of those things consecutively, if I'm early on the first one, I'm going to be early on the second one, right? And so I don't want to adjust the advance unless I hit for sure what seed I'm aiming for, right? Is there any resource we can read more about this? I'm interested in how the whole thing works. I think there's an older guide on my website somebody wrote. I did a tutorial as well for Latias, did I not? Let me invest. I have 2 investigations to engage in. I believe I made a video guide for this. Did I not? I didn't do method 4. Oh no, I didn't do method 4. Oops, sorry. I have not done a video on method 4 tutorials. I've not done that. I've just done the painting manips. Painting manips is really all I've done the videos on. Method 4 is like its own weird thing. When was my last attempt at this? Probably a couple of months ago. We can check. Let's go to my live page. Going to live on YouTube. Last time I was doing this was 4 months ago. I was doing this. I was doing this 4 months ago because there's a lot of luck. I've hit, I think, 3 shiny Kyogres, and none of them were method 4. Heves Benet was method 3. Heves Benet was method 3, which is much rarer than this. Congrats to the team I built. Joey made top 8. I know, I was rooting for him the whole way. I was very excited about it. It's been more than 4 months, to be honest with you. I've been doing this for years. The first one I made was like years ago. At this point, the first attempt at this was probably a year ago, more. Do I have it still booted up on my YouTube Studio? I had it on YouTube Studio briefly, but I think I've removed it. Yeah, I don't know what it is anymore. Does painting manip change this from method 1? No, it's not the painting. It's just playing on Ruby and Sapphire box. That is the only thing that's causing it to change. It's the only thing that's causing it to change. Is there any other advantage to getting a method 4 mon? So method 4 Pokemon can have unique IV and nature combinations compared to method 1. Is basically the advantage that you get from doing this. I am using the Japanese version because I don't own Sapphire in English. No, I just don't own Sapphire. You can use English box. You can use European box, just fine. So I do own European box. It's really Sapphire that I don't own. I just knocked my Game Boy Advance over. Method 3 can really only be hit on wild Pokemon as far as we know. Has there been any research into Fire and Leaf Green Method 4? So yes, Xiao and I did a little bit of looking into it. So the thing you need, you need a few things for a method split to be able to occur, right? You need to make the Pokemon generation process take a very, very long time, okay? So in wild Pokemon, the way this works is with PID rerolls in Emerald version, right? In Emerald version, you can get a nature mismatch or a nature match, and the game has to reroll the PID like 1,000,000 times to finally find the spread that you want. And eventually, if you're lucky or if you're unlucky, you could get a a PID split to you can kind of cross over a threshold. The way it works with statics, that's not the case. With static Pokemon, they don't have, there's no nature matching, there's no PID rerolls, right? So other things need to be able to happen for a method split to occur. I'm not really sure what's doing it in box. There is a method too. I assume, I would assume that it is mostly the emulator causing the problems here. But I don't know what in the emulator is causing the problems, right? I have no idea. What in the emulator causes the problem to allow method 4 to happen. But in Fire Red and Leaf Green, there's one Pokemon exactly that you can get. Actually, there's like 6 or 7. The Togepi from the Water Labyrinth, I believe it's called, right? It's a gift Togepi. A guy gives you the Togepi. Your Pokemon in your party has to have a very high, you have to have like enough friendship on one of your Pokemon, I think, in order for him to give you this Togepi. For some reason, the way that he gives you the Togepi, he gives it to you in a party slot. He gives it to you in like party slots, whatever party, the first empty party slot, he will give you this Togepi. The way that the game checks if the party slot is, empty or not, is by checking that Pokemon's PID in that party slot. So, for Togepi, at the Water Labyrinth only, you can load up your party with 5 Pokemon that have really, really, really high PIDs that take a very long time for the game to calculate. And that will be enough to push the Togepi into method 4. Now, the Fire Red and Leaf Green gift eggs from Pokemon Center New York is actually exactly the same. They use the exact same script. So you can push those into method 1 or method 4, even though they're typically, I believe they're typically method 2. And so you can do the exact same thing on them. Method 2 is for wild Pokemon only, pretty much. I actually have been asking him to get Method 2 statics. I've been asking him to put Method 2 statics back because it is doable for the Wish Eggs. And I think the Wish Eggs, specifically Chansey, are like, and I think Kangaskhan, there's a little bit of a niche for Wish Kangaskhan. They actually have such a niche that I think Method 2 should be added to the drop down for statics for only Fire Red and Leaf Green. Probably. And I actually think Method 4 should probably be removed from statics in Emerald version. I don't think it's possible for statics to get Method 4 in Emerald unless I'm misremembering. So as you can see here, there is no music playing, right? And that's because there's no music in this chamber. With a bunch of data plot points and stuff, DD and Mux and a few other people have learned that music does play some role in causing enough delay for the method split to happen. Because what's causing method splits is the game taking a long amount of time to do things, right? So, hatching, well, I first heard of this method 4 increase with the egg hatching glitch from the Japanese RNG community. But I believe Mux is the one who noted, I don't know if it was Mux or DD who noticed that music does play a role in this. And so you want to try and do the RNG at a specific point in the music. So I want to start hatching this egg. I'm going for like 296. We just want to avoid the higher pitch part of the music. And so now you can hear the egg music is permanently playing. And this gives you a higher chance of method 4. I think the Kyogre and Groudon are not researched as well as the other, because they use the bike for a lot of, the music manipulation stuff, and the bike music will not play in here. I don't even know if you can get on the bike in this chamber, but it won't play in here, even after you do the egg music glitch, so, you know, what can you do? So we'll get back to regular music. We don't want to listen to the egg music the whole time. Now, if you guys are having a good time watching this, you're enjoying this alternate method stuff, consider hitting the like button on my stream. It's a free way to support the channel. I'm actually going to do a poll like Blundier does. Start a poll. Did you like the stream? Yes. Yes. But method 4. You gotta like the stream. It's a free way to help me out. We have 175 of you in here. We have 175 of you in here, but only 47 likes. Come on. Do you really all hate me that much? Yeah. Do I have hate watchers? So yeah, it's a free way to support me. Now, if you're really enjoying the stream, you could consider becoming a channel member. I have memberships for as low as $1.99 a month. You get access to videos early, you get access to behind the scenes content, you get access to script, like early beta scripts. I have a bunch of member only streams that you can do. That you can like go back and watch, and I also have a member only video, which is an interview with the Florida regional winners from Journey Across America, named Mischievous, there's the short version in my Gen 3 team building video. So again, it's only $1.99 a month. You get access to videos early and other stuff like that. And I'm gonna hopefully finish my team building video for Pokemon this week. So if I finish it, you guys will get access to it probably several days before other people. So if you want to see that early, please become a member. Hi, I lost my connection. Could Ace help with method 4? Yes, but then I wouldn't consider it legitimate. If I'm using glitches, like I'm not gonna, you know, like if I'm using Ace to just force spawn a method, like that removes the difficulty of it. You know what I mean? What's the point? Lily, happy birthday. Hope you have a good hope you have a good birthday. Are you running Sapphire on a live battery? No, I'm using dead battery, but it doesn't matter since I'm using painting anyway. Painting allows you to just fully avoid using the battery. How respawn glitch work in Gen 3 Pokemon games? There is no respawn glitch. You use Ace to reset the flags. Will this work in Emerald? It is well, method 4 will not work in Emerald, but using painting RNG is significantly easier in Emerald because you can preserve your current RNG state via the battle record feature, which is very awesome. Sadly, your battery is dead. Battery doesn't need to be dead. It doesn't matter if the battery is dead or not in Emerald. Emerald, RNG is broken because of a glitch or like a programming error, basically. Alright, let's see. How are you respawning in front of the Poke Center in one step? Is my entire party fainted except a poison Pokemon? Yes, that is correct, Lily. The lead in my party is a muck with 1 health that is fainted. Damn, another miss. Thanks to your videos on battle records and painting, was able to get a shiny Mew, box legendaries, and rumor from Emerald. Very nice. So we gotta check out what Kyogre I hit. What is the significance of this language? What do you mean? That's impish, right? Okay, we were on, wow, we hit method 4 again. I was a bit late on my seed that time, though. Could I have... No, okay. Maybe I should finally get into RSE RNG. RS RNG with painting is a little more technical than Fire Red general RNG. It's double frame perfect with like some movement text, which is interesting. I think there is almost no practical purpose to painting RNG in Ruby and Sapphire, unless you're really opposed to Ace, your trainer ID. Like, I know DD doesn't like using Ace to change his trainer ID. And so I think that's why he does a lot of painting stuff. And also a lot of the ribbon people, they like specific Pokeballs. And like for me, I tend to not give a fuck. I will just... Like, I don't even usually care that much about shinies. I tend to do shinies for, like, clickbait, almost, on streams and videos and stuff. So... Yeah, I tend to do shinies for, like, clickbaits and stuff. Because otherwise, I would just be doing Emerald battle record with no... I mean, I have a ton of non-shiny Pokemon that are competitive. But I think a lot of the ribbon people like specific Pokeballs. And I think DD doesn't like using Ace. But, like, if you don't want shinies and you just want perfect competitive guys, you should use Emerald. And if you don't care about Ace, then you should also just use Emerald. But the coolest part about Ruby and Sapphire is that it lets you get perfect Pokemon without Ace, and since you can RNG your trainer ID and your secret ID. What up, David? Well, if you're just a shiny collector, you don't care about IVs, you really don't need to do this painting stuff. You could just get a bunch of Pokemon on dead battery, and it's very, very easy. The painting changes the current seed of the RNG, or it reseeds the RNG based on how many frames you've waited. Okay, basically, Ruby and Sapphire keep track of how many times the game has redrawn the screen. So, you know, a movie is 24 frames per second for the most part, like if you're watching a movie. American TV was 59.94 frame rate, right? It's how many times the picture flashes over and over again to create the illusion of motion, right? Ruby and Sapphire, they are like 59.7275. And the game keeps track of how many times it redraws the screen. So every 1/60th of a second, it redraws the screen, and it increments the vertical blank counter. Or the I don't even know if it's vertical. It's just called the vertical counter. It increments this every frame, right? For some reason, when you talk to a painting, it reseeds the RNG using whatever number is currently in V count 1. To this day, nobody knows why it is doing that, but that is what they do. And so you can change the RNG seed to whatever you want by waiting long enough here. So I am waiting for Hex Seed 7731, which is like 30,000 advances, basically. V-sync counter. Okay, that makes sense. So I don't know why it's doing this. There's a couple of other things that actually also do something similar. Seed RNG is used for, like, I think the RNG is reseeded when you talk to the berry thing to like to make Poke blocks. I think it's done then as well. It's not even that it's complicated, it's just that you like look at it and it's like it's just there, and it's like, well, what's the purpose of this? Like the painting function makes sense, right? If you look at the painting function, it's just like get the Pokemon picture, right? Let me go to Poke Emerald. Let me observe in Poke Emerald what's going on. I'm gonna open up the painting code in Poke Emerald. Contest painting.c. So we want to look at. So the function show contest painting. At some point just has seed RNG G main V blank counter 1. But that's it. And then it lets you use the keys, and then it knits the painting window. It's like, why is it there? Like the function seed RNG, like I don't think there's any, like, even if they need to do random effects, right? Like if you talk to the painting and the screen does like a blur thing, right? It's not like that blur thing. It's not like that blur thing requires the game's RNG to be reseeded, right? So it's like it doesn't matter. Like the random number that's in GRNG value should just be totally fine. So there's like, to me, there's no like reseeding the RNG. All it's doing is changing what the state of the RNG, like GRNG value is, right? So like I don't know a purpose to changing it to be a fully different point in the 4.2 billion RNG loop. I don't, there's no, to me, I look at, I'm not a very experienced or good programmer. So like I look at it and I'm like, I don't see a purpose to this. Maybe there was one. I have no fucking idea. It could be like an unused, like there could be a million reasons why that is there. And I just don't know it. I'm looking at it and I'm not seeing a reason for it to be there. We could take it out and then see if the painting, like you could make a ROM hack where you remove this and see if anything changes. Like that would be a way. Like if you have a build with Poke Emerald or Poke Ruby, try deleting that one line of code in contestpainting.c, recompiling and see if you get something different. See if you get something different, because there's a chance that that's true. Blisy will never play a Pokemon game normally. Well, I would argue that I did, like just for PokeAim's team. I shiny hunted 3 Pokemon normally with just sandwiches, because you can RNG manip. But then also I would ask you, what is normal? That's an interesting question, right? What is normal, or what is regular? I've had this comment before where people are like, at this point, what is a regular, like a regular person wouldn't do this, you know? I meant to show you my team. Yeah, I forgot to. My headcanon is that someone once used the RNG function for something, and being unfamiliar with the code base, they thought they had to set it themselves. That is a funny headcanon. By the way, there's a glitch. May's hair is black, if you see that. In the reflection of the water. I think it's exclusive to Japanese Ruby and Sapphire. Just a cosmetic glitch. It's evil May, true. So you can see that I'm using just this black flute. I don't have a repel on. You can see the one repel that I have. And so I could be cursing myself, but like you can get into a wild battle. It's just very unlucky. Now this room you cannot get into a wild battle because there's no encounters in this room actually. So yeah, we don't really know what causes the painting to be doing this, but it's doing it, so. Yeah, the repel being inactive means that no Pokemon encounters are ever being generated. If a repel was active, a Pokemon encounter could be generated and then the repel discards it. And that wouldn't be consistent based on every single run I do, right? So you have to think about it like this. Like, the RNG is constantly advancing. It's constantly moving forward. And I'm never going to be at the same place, at the same tile, with the same RNG state every time. So sometimes a Pokemon encounter could be generated, and sometimes it could not be generated. And if that's the case... If that's the case, a repel hides that a Pokemon has been generated from me. And every time a Pokemon is generated, a little bit of RNG is advanced. And so because I'm not a robot and can't frame perfectly move from every moment from the painting until I get to Kyogre, if an encounter is generated, I want the run to just be dead and I'll just retry, because that makes each successful run to Kyogre more consistent than otherwise would be by using a repel. Why am I hatching an egg? Hatching an egg causes music to play here where there otherwise would be none, and the music playing causes method 4 to happen more frequently. It can be any Pokemon, you just need to hatch an egg. I just bred a Meryl. You also have to pre-cook the egg a little bit by, like, I had to run around hatching the egg to, like, I had to do tests to see how far I could make it. Because you don't, like, because if this Meryl had no encounter steps on it, I would have to be running around for a really long time in here, which technically I have a lot of time, but I wanted to shorten that. So I ran around with Meryl for, like, 500 or 750 steps or something like that. I don't remember, to reduce the amount. Yeah. I'm gonna actually turn off the music. We'll go back to other music. But yeah, the no music literally does make method 4 more likely or less likely or whatever. funny calling it the egg music as well, because what is that music? That music is egg music, evolution music. It's also the Safari Zone music in red and blue and fire and leaf green. Curious, I like the Latias Eon Timer design. Was it custom made for you? It wasn't made for me. Ayanami Ray made it. I think it's available for download in my Discord. Do we still have a custom Eon Timers channel? Yeah, we do. Yeah, it's the most recent theme in my Discord. It's actually the only custom theme right now for Eon Timer 3.0. Oh, Ayanami's right here. Seconds. It's a killer shirt, by the way. Yeah, it's got my kitties on it. This is Saffron. This is Asiago, who passed away. Passed away in March. We had to put him down, unfortunately. Okay, we have 5 minutes, or 5 seconds, rather, excuse me. The music is, there was Sonic Adventure music, Windy and Ripley. Yeah. He had a grade 3 of 3 fibrosarcoma. Unfortunately. It was not the one. The only person who can claim it's the one is Lincoln, unfortunately. Just here to say thank you so much for catching Joey Pokegame. I never saw seeing my childhood hero winning on stream. Playing Pokemon would put me to tears. I would do it again in a heartbeat. I had a very fun time making Pokegame's team. I wish he, in fact, the only thing that I wish he just had more old gen Pokemon on his team, so I didn't have to shiny hunt so much. Because believe it or not, I'm not really a shiny hunter. The only shiny hunting I've ever done was for the VGC teams, or for the all right, we hit method 1. Do I have the right timer? Set this to GBA. Let's try again. So I hit 772E, which is unfortunate. I was like a couple seeds early. No, it wasn't a Magikarp, it was a the only shiny hunts I've ever done were for a Choodle to get my secret ID in my copy of Shield. Actually, I've been wanting to show you guys my team. So first, let me do this. Oh, right. To save, you have to turn on the GBA, so I can send the save data. It would have been so... Did it fail? What? A shiny 3-segment Dunsparce would have been easy. I don't know if that's working or not. Yeah, it works fine. Okay. Okay, so anyway. So here's the team that I'm using. So you can see I've got this Muck that's fainted. I've got a 1 HP Swampert. The Muck has the ability Stench, and it is holding the Cleanse tag. Then I've got a fainted Roserade, a fainted Wingull. This is just for fly in case. This is the egg, and this is my Swampert at 1 HP. So I'm at a point where if I take one single step, there you go. And so that's the technique that I'm using. All right, we'll go back to the funky Sonic music. Roselia knows Flash, so I can navigate the cave easier. I'm not... because I've been doing this RNG on and off so long, I'm not good at remembering where to go in the Cave of Origin, so I just have Flash so I can actually navigate the cave easy. But there's no actual... Like, you could just do it without it if you're a good RS gamer. A small smidge of coffee spill. Roselia is a team player, indeed. I don't consider myself... Yeah, so the only shiny hunts I've done are... I shiny hunted a Chewtle to find my secret ID and my copy of Shield, because it's the only way that you can get it. Subsequently, I then I shiny hunted Freeze Eyes, Flutter Mane for a 0 attack Flutter Mane for him, and that's easy to do. That's the easiest shiny hunt that you maybe could do ever, because you just set it to whatever time and you can't fuck it up basically. Then I also shiny hunted a Flutter Mane for, I believe I did one for Bugsy, right? I shiny hunted Flutter Mane for Bugsy. But then for Pokeaim had fucking 3 shiny guys I couldn't RNG manip. And it's not like I didn't do shiny Pokemon for Bugsy or for Freeze Eye that were annoying to do, that I couldn't manip. But I showed Aim the Ho-Oh that I got. I got Aim a shiny Ho-Oh. I got Aim a shiny Ho-Oh for from Fire Red via RNG manip, and he kind of like popped off. He was like, "Yo, it's so fucking cool, it's shiny," and I was like, well, I could RNG the shiny Girafarig. So I RNG the shiny Girafarig too in Gen 3. And he was like, oh, it's so cool that it's shiny. And I was like, man, I'm just gonna get this whole ass team shiny because he keeps fucking pogging at me that they're shiny. So I just did fucking shiny hunts for Bundle, for Bundle and for the other idiot, the Iron Hands and the other thing. Yo, Hayden, what's up, Goat? How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Great work on the AIM team. Thank you, thank you. I was very excited to be able to do it. Yeah, I have about half the script done. Hopefully I'll finish the script tomorrow. And get some VO going. So hopefully I think I can have the video out by this weekend, but we'll see. I also actually, I don't know if he talked about this in his shoutouts. I also made Swave's team. I also made Swave Form's team. He got one shiny, sort of for convenience. Yeah, I made 2 teams for one event. I'm not sure how I'll incorporate it in the video or if I'll even talk about Swave's team, but we'll see. It was very fun. I'm excited. I want to make someone's team for Worlds this year, so hopefully making Aim's team gets me a bit out there again. Because I don't know anyone going to Worlds this year. Bugsy went last year. I made their team. And Freezeye is not going, so I can't make his team. Is it like a commission? But no. Aim DM'd me asking if I could make his team. And then I was like confirming and I was working on it, and he was like, let me know how much. And I was like, no, I'm like, this is content. Like, you don't need to pay me. Might be too private, but because like for me, I can make content out of it. And like, that's enough. I think it is bad that getting Pokemon can take a while. Even though it's a lot faster in Scarlet and Violet, I think it's bad that getting Pokemon can take a while. And so I don't want a world to exist where hack checking is so good and Pokemon is still kind of slow. And that world means that there's going to be people like me who are going to be being paid to make Pokemon. And I think that is even worse than if it was only people hacking in their teams and some people not, because then because right now, at least hacking isn't monetary based, right? You're not paying money for a hacked team, right? You don't even have to buy an action replay, right? You get a team you go onto Discord and you go to a bot and the bot shits out 6 Pokemon for you, right? And so at least it's not monetarily gated. So I think if it becomes a world where it's monetarily gated, it's worse. So I think that's not good. And so whenever I make teams for people, it's just, if it's someone I have a rapport with, kind of, and if it's for Worlds. The Worlds videos that I make, they have done very well. The last, I've made them 3 years in a row. The first one I did was for Gen 4, but I released it during Worlds. The second one I did was I made a team for Freezeye who went to Worlds. The third one I did was I made a team for Bugsy who went to Worlds. All those videos do very well. They make more money than I could even justify asking someone for, if that makes sense. So it's fine. I don't know how Aim's team video will do. It is not Worlds. It's not Worlds season. So I don't know how well it will do. I think it will probably do okay for what I need it to view-wise to do. But it is just fun for me. It is content for me. This is my job, is to get Pokemon and stream me getting Pokemon in weird ways and make videos about me getting Pokemon in weird and interesting ways. So having someone who wanted me to make them a team was good enough for me. I did tell him, I was like, if you are uncomfortable, because this is what I always do for stuff like this. I was like, if you like, I asked him, I was like, just shout me out. And I was like, if truly you're uncomfortable with me doing labor for free, we can work something out. And he's going to send me some merch when he has merch dropping next time. So that's what we came out, because I understand what that's like. Like if someone DM'd me with a thumbnail they made me for free, I would be like, I am uncomfortable taking free labor from you. Please let me send you money. So I understand, like, I'm not as successful or famous or whatever as Aim, but I also understand wanting to make sure that someone is paid. So I'm like, yeah, so yeah. But I don't generally accept payment for it at all. And I never take payment requests for that type of stuff. I don't know if there's an amount of money someone could offer me to make a team that I would accept, just because I don't need the money. And just because I don't need the money, and I'm morally opposed to, I don't know, moral is a strong word. We're talking about fucking Pokemon here, aren't we? But like, I don't want a world to happen where Pokemon are constantly paid for by competitors, and I think that you should live by your principles if you can help it, right? Obviously, if I was fucking broke as fuck and I needed the money, I probably wouldn't be living by the principles that I had because I just wanted money, but that's not the case. Plus, it's good to be able to get to work with people like that. I'm a huge fan of Pokegame. I've been a fan of him for a while. So, yeah. It was just exciting to be able to work with him on something like this. And we lose a run. And so that's what can happen. You can lose runs. We need someone to win with your team so we get a Blisy OT as a mon. That'd be gas. Hilariously, my OT isn't even Blisy. My OT, I almost never make my OT Blisy. My OT for the Mons and my OT in Violet is Empanada. Because I named this started in when I started restarting save files to RNG Minute Mons when I was still working in the food industry as a baker. I would make my trainer name after like baking ingredients. I had like flour, vanilla, stuff like that. I had flour, vanilla, sugar, etc. Right? And it's in Sword and Shield, I ended up naming my character Pizza because I was very into making pizza at the time, making pizza dough from scratch, and I was working at a pizzerina, like as the head bread baker there. And then in Scarlet and Violet, I ended up just naming things after, since it's based off Spain, I named my characters after Spanish places. So my Scarlet is Churro, and my Violet is Empanada. Although I don't know if Empanada is Spain Spanish or Hispanic. I feel like they're Hispanic. It seems like they're common in Spain. I don't know the true origin of them. They are Spanish. It says, thought to originate in 7th century Spain. That's what I thought. I don't see a problem with it. It's not that I think it's problematic it's not that I think it's like immoral to sell Pokemon or something like that. What I think is the competitive sphere is worse if that is the case, Bobby. So like imagine a world where the Switch 2 isn't hackable, right? You cannot, there's no hacking possible, even with a mod chip. Let's imagine that's the world, right? There's no hacking possible. So players who are the wealthiest are going to gain an advantage, or famous, are going to then gain advantages for being wealthy or for being famous, because they are going to, have the wealth to pay people to make them teams. And so that would be an advantage. Like AIM technically had an advantage because he didn't have to get the Pokemon himself. I got them for him. He didn't have to worry as much about playing the game. He could spend as much time as he could tweaking, and he was tweaking the team. I got a DM from him where he changed the iron treads, and he even changed the iron treads again. Well, the tournament was May 2nd, right? It started. He DM'd me. He DM'd me 4 days in advance with some changes for the team, and he even changed the iron treads again after I gave it to him. The last iron treads set that he gave me had high horsepower iron head earthquake knockoff. I believe he got rid of iron head for steamroller, if I recall correctly. So he even changed it, and I traded to him. I think I traded to him on Thursday, so on the 1st. So he changed it even 1 day before the tournament started. So imagine if you're a solo op and you're building the team yourself. So in my opinion, it's not that it's morally wrong, it's that that is a competitive environment that is worse off if people are having to pay for teams to be made, rather than just the game making you make a Pokemon like that, right? Now, of course, if someone wants to pay money just to have like a cool ass, like dope ass shiny team, that's different, right? Shinies are mostly cosmetic. I know there is some advantage in stall teams where the shiny animation causes the stalling to happen, but that's like mega ultra turbo niche, right? So, or it can be niche based on the metagame that you're currently playing in, right? So, most empanadas in Spain, Argentina, they have, yeah. Well, I was looking for foods that originated in Spain, and right now the best thought about empanadas origin is in the 7th century in Spain. There's also books in the 1200s talking about empanadas in Spain as well. Obviously, empanadas are something that is huge in South America. I mostly thought of empanada because I fucking love empanadas. They're so good. One of my all-time favorite comfort meals is empanadas and tostone. I fucking love them, bro. They're so good. If you've never had tostone, that shit is gas. They are double fried plantains. And so what you do is you cut plantains up, you deep fry them until they're golden brown for like probably like 2 minutes. You don't really need to fry them for that 2 to 5 minutes. You don't need to fry them for that long. And then you squish them flat and then deep fry them again for another 2 minutes. And then you sprinkle them with a little bit of salt, and then you can make out of the frying oil, you pour some frying oil over top minced garlic. And then you get like a garlic dipping oil. And it's, oh my God, it's so fucking good. It's like my favorite comfort meal is empanada and tostone. Is my all-time favorite comfort meal, I would say, at this point in time in my life. Now, if you guys are having a good time, if you're enjoying this Kyogre stream, please consider becoming a channel member. It's only $1.99 a month. You get access to my videos early. Again, I'm working on the Pokemon MD team, so if I get that done early, or when I get that done, you'll see it the moment it's uploaded, rather than having to wait for it like normal people. You'll also get access to a bunch of emoji that you can spam in chat if any members want to help me out here. And you get access to a special members-only Discord section if you want to do that. Again, it's only $1.99 a month. I am going to stream at least one other time this week. So if you guys want to see more Kyogre, if I get 5 members today, I will do more Kyogre on the next stream instead of whatever else I have planned, which I do have something silly planned, but if you guys really enjoy the Kyogre, some channel members will get you some more Kyogre, rather than me going with my other plan. Yes, those are the chat emoji for when I'm doing Gen 4 or Gen 5 RNG. Have you heard of dobladas? No, I have not. Obviously, I know Mexican food just because I would say Mexican food is the most popular Hispanic food in America. But my wife is Puerto Rican. And so most of the non-Mexican Hispanic foods I'm familiar with is Puerto Rican food. The best emoji because even the egg is pogging. Yes, it is very awesome that the egg is pogging. I can't lie. All about that mofongo. I do enjoy mofongo. That shit is gas. Oh, I got beasted again. Another Zubat beasted me. Is there a doc about how Method 4 works? No. It's unlucky. PR Dominican food is so good. Basically all food, let's be real. Yeah, that's where I was first introduced to Tostone. Actually, her parents told me, because Tostone is something that you can like buy in a grocery store. You can just buy frozen pre-squished Tostones. They're fried once already. And like, that's how I was first introduced to them. And then I was like, let's just make Tostone at home one time as like a special treat to ourselves. Let's try and make it from scratch. And I made it from scratch, and I was like, I'm never going back to the box shit. This is fucking gas. And I guess her parents never knew that we homemade them. Whenever we were like, oh, we made Tostone, like they never knew that we were home making them. And so I brought homemade Tostone to one of their barbecue, and they were like, what the? They were like, this is so fucking good. Her parents, both her parents, her mom lived on Puerto Rico for her middle school years. Her parents were like, you have to bring these to every barbecue now. From now on, you understand that, right? The Tostone have to be brought to every single one from now on. And I was like, interesting. Interesting. I must be doing this every single time now. So I sort of pigeonholed myself. It's pretty much my understanding of it, L Stealer, yeah. The music has been tied down to a portion of it. I know for like the Regis or like Rayquaza and stuff, they use the bicycle music to trigger whether or not to cause more likely than not Method 4 to happen. You can read some about it in the RSC section. I think there's some like graph plotting pins. Data and plots for, I see wild RNG. I don't know if it's, I don't know if they have it for static. Yeah, they do. Oh, this is statistics. No, this is just for like fishing and sweet scent and stuff. I don't know if they have data for music. You can ask Mux, CEO of Black and White 2 IV RNG, and DDEEFFGG would know about the music scenario. I know the music stuff isn't as well documented for the Method 4 one, or for this Kyogre specifically, but the bike music is a lot better documented, I believe. Hello from Peru. Hello. I am in Michigan. I don't speak Spanish, but That is just... All of those words are easy. I don't know it. I know hola amigos saludos Peru. I don't know what that other word is. I don't know any Spanish. I took Japanese in high school. If it was just to have an IV set with soft if it was to have any IV with soft reset for a shiny be faster, well, yes, maybe. The thing is, RNG manipulation is skill. So the people who are the best RNG manips at RNG manips will get shinies faster than people who are shiny hunting, most likely. Method 4, I don't know. This is a double frame perfect trick, which can be done consistently if you are good at RNG manips. I am obviously stinky. But the method 4 thing is what makes it a little bit more chance. So I don't know. Desde equal from. Well, thank you. No, well, because Pokemon Box Ruby Sapphire is an emulator, which is, but it's a legal official emulator, so PK Hex considers it legal because that's what it should be. I think 20% method 4 lines up with about what I'm experiencing too. Method 4 is like method 1 is the default way Kyogre will be generated. It is the way the game expects it to be generated. Method 4 is what happened when some random shit influences it to not be so. So the method 4 is the random part, I would say. Well, the weird part is the screen redraw. The screen redraw is what advances the RNG every frame. I mean, Ace is an option, but like, Ace can feel illegitimate to me sometimes. You know what I mean? So if I'm like wholesale using Ace to like generate a Pokemon, like what's the point? You know, I'm here to play digital game with meat fingers. If you're using Ace, you're cheating. I don't agree with that statement necessarily, but I just like, there are parts of Ace that I like a lot. I like Ace for changing my trainer ID and my secret ID because I don't like, I'm at a point where I've played so much Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Fire, and Leaf Green that like I don't want to just replay the game because I need a new trainer ID to get a shiny. Like I don't need to replay the game anymore. Like what's the point? What does that prove? You know what I mean? It's the same thing about like legendaries. It's like, do I really, like, is it really worth my energy to replay the game just to fucking respawn a Pokemon? It's like, no, like there's real, like, you're like, these Pokemon that I'm getting, oh, really? 3 in a row? I'm getting beasted. These Pokemon that I'm getting are like just for me casually doing Smogon paddles, basically, right? Like, these aren't for VGC. Like, you know, I'm gonna use Ace to respawn. Like, if you think using Ace to respawn is cheating, or if you think using Ace to change your trainer ID and secret ID is cheating, and like you admonish others for doing so, like you even like joke, like I think you're kind of a loser for doing that. It's like, why are you even as a joke, even to be silly, why are you gatekeeping the way that others play by like teasing them? Like, to me, I think you should be sensitive about that type of stuff. It's like, again, I just don't want to play Ruby and Sapphire for a 15th, 20th, 30th time just for a different trainer ID. So I'm just gonna fucking use Emerald Ace to change that shit so I can get a shiny Ho-Oh, because it's not worth my fucking energy anymore. You know what I mean? It's just not worth my energy. If you don't like it personally, that's fine. But yeah. For me, the reason I don't like Ace, even Hefe's glitch with universal unencrypted Pokemon shuffling, UPS, I don't like doing that as much. It's cool. I watch it and I'm like, this is insane that you figured this out and you did all this. It's cool. But for me, the fun of getting a Pokemon is the main portion of it. The hit your seed, hit your frame, capture your guy. Those are like the core tenets for me that are really fun and really cool and really interesting and like worth spending my time on. And like, I do these for 2 reasons. 1 is because it feels legitimate, and 2, because it's fun. And so if I'm just using an Ace code to generate a Pokemon with 31 IVs everywhere, like, it isn't necessarily fun to type in box names to change ID, like to change stuff, right? That's not necessarily fun for me. Ace tends to be more fun for me when used to either respawn Pokemon, to change my trainer ID, or to do other stuff. Like, if I'm using Ace, like Ace tends to be a lot more fun for me when I'm writing the Ace code. Like, if I want to do something and I don't want to use the e-reader or something like that, or something like that, then I use Ace and I write the Ace code myself. Well, that's actually a lot more fun for me because I'm substituting doing the work of RNG manip by doing the work of programming. And so that also can be a substitution in that case, right? For me anyway. So it just depends on how you're looking at it. We've had this problem in my Discord a little bit where people are a little bit too judgmental over Ace stuff. And I think that's partially my fault because I'm also not a huge fan of doing Ace stuff. And I also am a little bit mean to people who do emulator RNG. And so I've had to tone that down to create a more positive, inclusive environment. But I think we've pretty much got there. I think we've got there, basically, I would say. Nice GeoWizard music. This album that GeoWizard made, it called Amined, I don't know how to pronounce it. Amined or just 16-bit adventure. It's one of my favorite albums, like, ever released, maybe ever. He actually said that he's releasing an album, but I haven't listened to his, like, real music album. I mean, the e-reader card's translated from Japanese to Italian. It's not cheating. It's like, that's just content that you don't have otherwise. Is Black and White Sea Gear hard? I've never done it. I've never done Black and White Sea Gear. I was watching your Iron Hands live. Would you mind explaining what was needed to do that hunt? All I did for that hunt was the sandwich. I did a, I believe I was doing electric sandwich. I was doing an electric encounter power sandwich, and I was just going to that rock, and then I'd go at the rock. I'd wait for like 15 Pokemon to spawn. Once every Pokemon spawned, I'd run away and I'd go back and I would see. And I would do that until a shiny Iron Hands showed up. If there's a shiny Iron Hands, I'd catch it. I would check its speed IV if it was what I wanted. If it wasn't what I wanted, I would get rid of it and go for another one. That's pretty much it. My own events are considered cheating because they are not the legitimate way. Like you can have like, I don't know what you want to say, like ethical or whatever the heck, like guidelines for how you're engaging in cheating. So my events, they are cheating just because they are not official products of Pokemon, right? So my events are unofficial products, and because of that, they are just by definition not legitimate. So they are not a legitimate part of the game, even though I make them fully legal and no one could ever tell that they're not legitimate. Does that make sense? But I think there's no hard line. You know, people talk about like glitches is cheating, and it's like, is glitches cheating? It's like, what does cheating mean? Like, let's look at the VGC rulebook. Like, does the VGC rulebook even say anything against glitching? Glitch. I don't even know if it does. I don't think it does, to be honest with you. I think they only... I don't know if they have a rule against glitches. Team construction equipment rules. Game systems? It's just, this is like the Nintendo Switch that you're using. Latest game update. I don't actually think there's any rule against using glitches, which is crazy actually. No, this is not a custom e-reader hunt. Someone was just asking me about my e-reader. My e-reader events are made to be legal because I don't... because I wanted the Pokemon you get from them to be able to be treated exactly like you could treat any other Pokemon, right? Like, if my events didn't have to be legal, then when you went to trade them up to modern games, it would break continuity. And so I just didn't want that to be the case. You can get a Game Boy Mark Torchic and Trico from Gen 2 VC. What? How? By using glitch Pokemon? Like, if you try and send up a glitch Pokemon, it'll recognize it as a Torchic or something? I've never heard of that. Eevee? I don't know who that is, but... Can you RNG your event Pokemon? Yep, I've done it on stream many times. No Zubat, we got through. Legit versus legal issue will be hashed out to the heat death of the universe. Well, the thing is, like, I don't even talk about it anymore because people ask me about it, but at the end of the day, it's like, I think the issue is solved. To be truthful, it's like, it just doesn't matter. It's all about personal, as long as you're not cheating to get an advantage in the competitive play aspect, you really just shouldn't give a fuck. I like to wait till 296. So 253, then 254. That makes sense. And back to waiting. You can actually... yeah, I'm talking about this in the AIM video because certain people keep bringing up the Pokemon rulebook, and the way people keep bringing up the one rule from Play Pokemon that says illegally manipulated Pokemon, it is always so funny to me. And so I'm gonna have a big point about that in AIM's video. Word association manipulated must mean RNG manip. That, I think, Lincoln, I genuinely think that is the point. I genuinely think a lot of people see that, you know, and this is making me regret ever changing my terminology. We should have just kept calling it RNG abuse forever. And then what would they do? They would have no out, right? they would have no out if it was just called RNG abuse. I only switched from calling it RNG abuse to manip because speedrunners call it manip, and abuse was like, I don't know. It's like less PC. I guess manipulation isn't really, I don't know. Any Melee content creator that I like? Mine is Esther Ludwig, the Falco dude. I've never heard of that. I thought you were talking about Ludwig Ogren for a second. Are you talking about Ludwig? Ludwig doesn't play Falco. Ludwig plays Puff. First time catching a Blisy stream live. Truly blessed on this day. What's up, Imcent? How you doing? The thing is, I'm not gonna change my terminology again. But yeah, people just they're not interested in understanding, they're not interested in like having an open mind about things. At the end of the day, even though the word manipulation is in RNG manipulation, the wording in Rule 4.3, in my opinion, doesn't really have anything to do with any of the words written there. Right? You can analyze the whole paragraph, and I feel like there's just no way you can think that the way RNG manipulation works right now is got anything to do with that rule. I think that if again, the rule says external devices such as a mobile app to modify or create items or Pokemon in a battle team is expressly forbidden. RNG manipulation does not modify or create Pokemon. It's neither of those. None of the apps do that. And the process itself really isn't doing that. When you like, am I using RNG manipulation to create a Kyogre? Like, not, like, I wouldn't describe it like that. Right? Like, RNG manipulation isn't creating this Kyogre. The game is creating the Kyogre. RNG manipulation is just the process in which I'm engaging to know that I got the Kyogre I wanted beforehand. You know what I mean? So I don't really think it's what they're talking about. I think it's, I don't know. I don't really think there's a lot of room for interpretation. Yeah, but the way it's said is using an app to create or modify. Pokefinder is not creating or modifying this Kyogre, right? I feel like there's no actual interpretation that you can use that's like, for me, I can't see the I can't understand where you're coming from if you feel that way. I know Lincoln does. Lincoln's just, I was 2 seeds late. I can't even hit my seed. You could think it's cheating because it was caught in a way that's not intended. Okay. People are saying, you could say it was cheating because the Pokemon was caught in a non-intended way. Okay, this is gonna sound crazy. What is unintended about the way that I'm receiving the Kyogre? Like, that's the main question that I have here, right? Because the game is functioning as it's supposed to. The stuff that I'm doing isn't the game not working correctly, right? The game actually is working correctly. What's happening here is I have information the developers never thought that I could ever have. But I got that info, right? Does that mean it's unintended? I don't necessarily think so. I think just because something, I also think because something wasn't intended doesn't mean it's unintended, right? Like, they didn't mean to make a thing, but that doesn't mean it's bad the thing was put in, like, you know what I'm saying? You're the definition of semantics. Well, no, I think when you're like trying to nitpick how I feel about something, you should be able to accurately describe what you're talking about. Like, if you say what I'm doing is unintended, explain to me what is unintended? Explain it to me. Like, this isn't semantics. I'm like, please explain to me what is unintended. And you would say something like, they didn't expect you to control the RNG. And I'm like, okay, fucking prove it to me. Prove to me what I'm doing is unintended. A mon generated by the game, you could not ever figure out that it was RNG manipulated or not, because the game is functioning as it's intended, right? Everything I'm doing is and the reason I literally the reason I like RNG manipulation so much is because what I am doing is what the game is intended to do. It doesn't feel like I'm hacking because it's cool. Like it doesn't feel like I'm hacking because the game is working as it's supposed to. I am just now a puppet master because I know extra details, right? So I think when you're gonna look at a rule like 4.3 and you're gonna try and tell me that I'm cheating, I'm gonna argue back with what I think are valid arguments. You could say that I'm engaging in semantics, but I actually don't really think that's true. Because I'm not even using a glitch. I'm not even breaking the functionality of the game. The game was literally created to work the way that I'm using it. And if you want to prove to me that I'm doing something unintended, you have to show me developer intent. And you can say, there's valid counter arguments to this, right? You can say, oh, well, if they wanted people to be able to get a Pokemon like this, why would they obscure the information so much? Why would they have hidden it? And I would say to you, IVs are hidden. EVs are hidden. I would say Pokemon is a game about hidden mechanics. I would say lots of info is very specifically hidden. I would say the damage formula is hidden. We would not know the damage formula without a damage calculator, right? These are hidden pieces of info that you need in order to be a good battler. Please explain that, like tell me otherwise. Like show me otherwise, right? Like literally, what is your disagreement to that? I would agree with you, Mason, yeah. You can't discuss what Game Freak considers intended, considering SV, you pretty much have all the hidden info in the game. It's not hidden at all. I would disagree with you, Axe Pickle. IVs are still obscured to this day in the games. They give you a range of IVs, but for example, the game tells you if an IV is 0, right? The game says no good in Scarlet and Violet if your IV is 0. That's great. I think that's super helpful, okay? However, at level 50, a 0 and 1 uninvested from EVs are the exact same stat, right? It's exactly the same. The thing that tells you no good, the next step up is called decent. That is from 1 to 10. If I want to know if a Pokemon has a 1 or a 0 in the stat, I have to open up an online IV calculator and type the fucking info in. Because they don't tell you everything. They tell you a lot of things. They tell you more than they used to, but they do not tell you all of them. EVs, they still do not tell you your fucking EVs. It's just a graph. It'll tell you if you're at 252 in a stat, because that stat then sparkles. That's all it tells you. It doesn't tell you the stat. It's crazy. If you want to know your Pokemon stats, To this day, you have to open up a fucking IV calculator and type your EVs in to make sure. I literally had to do that with AIM's team. I had a fucking IV stat calculator open, making sure that I didn't miscount vitamins or miscount feathers that I put in, because it doesn't tell me the number. It's crazy. And you're telling me I cheat because I use a calculator. People are nuts, bro. I'm literally about to tell these people to get a life, and look at what I'm doing. I spent 55 hours getting a Kyogre I'm never going to use in a battle. Well, I don't think it's necessarily bad to have hidden information like EVs and IVs and stuff. Like, I don't think there's a problem. Like, if you want to get into competitive play, the game would have to change so much of its UI in order to accommodate competitive Pokemon players, right? It would have to change a lot. And I do think that there is some worry that you could scare casual, younger players especially away from just the game. You could scare casual players away from the game because EVs and IVs combined kind of end up looking like a Final Fantasy X sphere grid, which is like the most like your eyes glaze over at the back of your skull, and really none of it matters for the main game's story. It doesn't matter. You can beat a game with anything, right? So I don't think it's bad that the game has hidden information that you can only, like, that people are only operating under by the fact that they're getting, like, EVs and IVs fucking formulas and calculations and stuff data mined, and encounter slots data mined and stuff like that. Like, I don't think any of that's necessarily bad, but I'm just saying it's like, you can't tell me you're against RNG manipulation because it was data mined, when it's like IVs were data mined, EVs were data mined, fucking base stats were data mined. It was all data mined, brother. It's all been data mined the whole time. You've never been playing legitimately if you think data mining is against the hacking rules. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like, it's and it's like, could you maybe have found out some of the info? Because I've seen the argument also, it's like, could you find out the info without data mining, right? Could you find out a Pokemon's base stats without data mining? Maybe. I actually don't know if it's true. Like, technically, I think that you could determine, I think that you could determine a Pokemon's base stats or something if you had a Pokemon that had no EVs, no IVs, but that, like, I don't know how you would even, I don't even know how you would reverse calculate some of these things without the hidden info for the formula, the way things work. Like, and I think one of the biggest examples is the damage formula. How are you gonna, I would be interested to see what the people's understanding of damage formulas looked like without data mining. Did we have a 100% accurate knowledge of damage formulas without data mining? Is it possible to get knowledge of IVs, like 100% what they are without data mining? Is it possible to get information about base stats without data mining? You would only be able to determine a base stat if you knew what another Pokemon's base stat was already. Maybe? I don't know. Official guide, do official guides actually show base stats? Because to me, all the official guides that I've ever looked at, all the official guides I own just show you little graphs for how good their stats are. Right? No, let's say you have a Pokemon that you love, like, you would also have to even know that IVs, EVs, and base stats exist, right? You would have to know that these exist. That's another thing to think about, right? You have to understand that you get points from killing a Pokemon. I mean, how are you going to know a Mew's base HP is 100 if you don't know what a base HP of 100 looks like? You would have to understand what is the base stat. Hold on, let me look up a Pokemon. Okay. Wait, let me look at Bulbapedia. Generation 3 onward. So HP has a different stat. The official Emerald Guide shows base stats. I heard the official Emerald Guide also tells you EVs. So the way the stat calculation works is it's 2 times base stat plus IV plus EV times level divided by 100 plus 5 times nature. I don't know if that's that could be figure outable without data mining, but I think it'd be hard. There's a couple of random constants in there that I don't know how you would be able to figure them out. Maybe they'd be the easier parts to figure out. So you would have to get a Pokemon you have with a known IV, and you would have to know that IVs can go from 0 to 31. It's possible that there's info. It's possible that IV info has also been published before officially somewhere. And you'd have to have no EVs or understand what EVs are. And then you would have to know that, like, so you would have to take a Pokemon stat, understand that part of it is IVs and part of it is I truly don't know if there's enough info to calculate this on your own. Maybe there is, but you'd have to understand that a stat is made up of IVs, EVs, and base stats, which maybe you can get from strategy guides. Would you know that they're based on level, and would you know that there's a this is a complicated formula, in my opinion, to be able to reverse engineer. You could probably figure it out, but I don't know if you could, actually. I'm not a mathematician. I don't know how you'd figure it out. Yeah, you would have to have... You would... Not just that, you would have to have exact IVs on all of these Pokemon Axe Pixel. So you would have to get multiple Pokemon where you know the exact IVs, which the games don't tell you for the most part. Especially older games, they get really bad at telling you them, right? Older games are not good at telling you that shit. Well, cloning wouldn't help. You would need different species. because you would need to figure out all the different variables in the formula possible, right? You would have to get three, 4, 5 Pokemon that are all identical in IVs, EVs, and base stats. And then you would have to look at their stats, and they're different. And you know the IVs are different, you know the EVs are different, you just have to know them exactly. And you know the nature's different, and you know the base stats are different. If you have that info, you would have to be able to figure out why those stats are different. Oh, maybe that could work too. This is quiet. I was 1 seed late. Okay, let's put music back on. Okay. I need water, I'll be right back. Yep, I would have to find every source. I would have to find every source of when a game does or does not reveal IVs or base stats or anything. That's very nice, Imcent. Wholesome moment of the day. No, Heart Gold and Soul Silver has a usable NPC for the IVs. Heart Gold and Soul Silver tells you every single IV in order. Well, it depends on what you mean by usable NPC for the IVs. Because I would argue you don't get a usable one until Gen 7. And I would still argue that the one in Gen 7 onwards is not usable. Because the IV RNG until Gen 7, the IV judge, whether it was a feature or an NPC, only told you the highest stat that you had. So if you had a stat, one stat that was higher than all the others, that's the only stat you could get from that judge. They would never tell you anything else. Or maybe Gen 6, they started telling you no good as well, actually, I think. I can't remember if the Gen 6 judge tells you no good or not. But yeah, if you don't want to tell them the numbers, Mason, the judge just tells you a different value for every single IV. Ratchet and Clank music, yes sir, yes sir. My ideal IV judge just tells me the fucking numbers. They just go, yeah, that shit's 0. That's 31. IVs, that's genetics. I think Champions is going to have a team builder, probably, because it said in Champions that the Pokemon that you obtain in that game are not going to be able to be transferred out. So for me, what that means is you're probably going to be able to make Pokemon in Champions with a generator and then not have to do anything. What up, Brettley? How you doing? That shit's 0, dog. I could make a good IV judge in Gen 3 using the e-reader. It would just tell you. Do they DMCA Showdown when it comes out? I can't believe Showdown's still up. No, the Champions trailer implied you can send Pokemon into home, but it also implied that you can get Pokemon within Champions and that they're not allowed to be sent into home. So if Champions, I imagine Champions is going to be similar to Stadium, where you can send your guys in, but instead of rentals, you can just craft a creature to your liking. Being in beta has nothing to do with DMCA. I feel like you should just be able to know that, like by using your own brain to think for 1 second. they've shut down multiple fan projects that weren't even released. That Chrono Trigger fan project, that was like for the GameCube or whatever, was shut down just on like one trailer that they released. There's no reason for Japanese. It's just I don't own Sapphire in English, and I want a Kyogre, so. What's the first item I'm using? It's a it's the Black Flute. I was honestly afraid of my e-cards getting shut down. It doesn't matter if you get payment or not. There's no such thing as PAL or NTSC format for Game Boy games. Dude, Nintendo could copyright strike you if you fucking drew a picture of Latias. If they wanted to. With ROM hacks and stuff, it's really just about popularity. They probably won't go after you if you're not that popular. So it's like my e-reader shit, yeah, the videos got pretty good views, but that's good views for my channel, not millions of views. And it's not like they never hit mainstream journalism. So it's like, if someone on like fucking Kotaku picked up my e-reader video, and then that shit went to Nintendo, like I could get a takedown request. What could they copyright my cards on? They are based on, they're using Nintendo source code. My e-cards are ROM hacks of the Eon ticket. And even that, let's say they don't even, they could take down my video. Maybe I have a case against them with my video, because basically they have the broadcast rights. They have the broadcast rights to, they own the broadcast rights to Pokemon, right? So there's a world where they can try and copyright claim my video because I'm unauthorized distributing Pokemon footage because they own broadcast rights of Pokemon. However, I do think those e-reader videos are probably transformative and educational in nature enough to where they might not have an actual claim. But I couldn't afford a lawyer. Anyway. You guys are having a good time. You're enjoying the stream. Please consider hitting the like button. It really helps me out. It's free way to support my channel. And if you want to support me even further, you could consider becoming a channel member. It's only $1.99 a month. You get access to my videos days early once they're finished, rather than when I upload them for public. You get access to a special members only chat in my Discord. You get access to a bunch of emoji that you can use in my stream and under my YouTube comments. You get access to members only streams. You get access to a bunch of other members only content. So if you're interested in that, again, it's only $1.99 a month. That's 1/3 the price of a Twitch sub. You directly help me out. I'm a small independent creator. And if you're enjoying Kyogre, if we get 5 members today, I will repeat the Kyogre stream Tuesday rather than waiting until next week to do another one of these. Or Thursday, not Tuesday, excuse me. So yeah, if we get 5 members, I'll redo this Kyogre stream on Thursday. Yeah. Thank you for listening to my spiel. Delta emulator being able to trade with real copies of the game. You could do that with Melon DS. Melon DS can go on Wi-Fi, on the fake Wi-Fi network. They're coming from the Japanese side of copyright law. There's nothing akin to fair use. I live in America. Nintendo can't. I don't think Nintendo can sue me in Japan. I'm not there. They have a base of operation here. They'd have to sue me here, wouldn't they? I don't really know how the law works, but... There also is fair use in Japan, it's just for certain things. There's not fair use for, like, movie reviews and stuff. I don't know if there is for games. I was on seed method 1 frame early. So we were close. Like, for example, in Japan, if you make a fan manga, so let's say I really like Dragon Ball Z, and I want to do an alternate story, talking about, writing about what goes on in Universe 6, showing the tales of Kaba the Saiyan. I can just make and sell that manga completely legally, by the way. It's fully legal to do. You can just do it. There is basically no laws against making and selling fan mangas. As far as I understand. I'm not an expert, by the way, on this. But as far as I understand, that's the case. Now, if I wanted to review Dragon Ball Z, Toei's probably going to copyright me. Like they did to, what's his face? Totally Not Mark did not win anything, by the way. Just so you understand. Totally Not Mark just had to turn off. Totally Not Mark's videos cannot be watched in Japan. YouTube just There was Totally Not Mark did not have a court case. There was no case. Totally Not Mark had a bunch of copyright strikes on his channel because Toei didn't like him doing reviews. And Toei was able to copyright strike him because his videos were live in Japan. YouTube does not have a feature that allows you to turn off your videos in other regions of the world. It's not possible. YouTube will automatically do it if you have things that are like not acceptable for that region of the world culturally or laws or whatever, but you couldn't do it manually. He won what Mark won. The victory that he had was he got YouTube to turn all of his videos off in Japan. I think he was the first ever YouTube channel to get his thing content restricted upon request. So because his videos are all turned off in Japan, Toei would have to strike him in Ireland or strike him in America. And if they did that, they would fucking lose. So they can't do it anymore. But because his videos were broadcast in Japan, they struck him in Japan and they would win in Japan. But YouTube just turned all his videos off in Japan. That's my understanding of it, unless a second thing happened. No. Mark's videos were copyright takedown from Toei because in Japan, Toei of Japan was copyright striking Totally Not Mark. Because in Japan, Totally Not Mark could be construed as breaking the law. So because that's valid, he was doing something illegal in Japan through his YouTube video reviews. And so when they copyright strike him, or maybe it's not illegal, it's like a civil violation, right? It's not a law, it's not a criminal matter, right? It's a civil liability matter, right? So because what he was doing was not allowed in Japan, they had a valid copyright strike on him because his videos were broadcast in Japan. Mark is complying with fair use in his home country and in America, and probably in most countries that have a fair use law, Mark was probably complying with it. But because it doesn't comply with Japan's rules, they were trying to copyright takedown him. Nothing ever went to court. He just got YouTube to turn the videos off in Japan, and so now Toei doesn't really have a way to strike him. I mean, I don't know how jurisdictions and stuff work either, by the way. Yeah. The kittens are going nuts. I should be feeding them, to be honest with you. They should be fed soon. Poison to fast travel. It's not even just to fast travel. The poison has a secondary function besides fast traveling. I'm also using it to avoid NPCs. So if I had... you can use any contest painting for this, including the pre-cooked ones at certain contest halls. Like the Fall Arbor one has the most, the Fall Arbor one has the least amount of NPCs besides the location that I'm at, which is 0, or randomly moving NPCs. However, yeah, it has to be a contest painting. However, if I were to, the only way to leave that place that I'm in is to go down the stairs, and down the stairs, there's a bunch of randomly moving NPCs. You could alleviate that with the pause buffer strategy. However, in my case, I just faint and teleport to the last Poke Center that I healed at, which is Sutopolis, which is where the Cave of Origin is. And Sutopolis, while it's in this rainy mode, has no randomly moving NPCs. So it is both a way to fast travel and a way to avoid any randomly moving NPCs, which would interfere with the RNG manip otherwise. I'm actually getting chilly in here. I don't know what the temp is today. I'm like randomly eepy. I'm like randomly eepy today. Do we play Wii Shop Wednesday to perk ourselves up?
Super Mario RPG.
I do like that song. I might need to switch music to the Kirby music playlist. Alright. Let's go to this. Ruby and Sapphire on the Switch will change painting forever. There was not going to be Ruby and Sapphire on the Switch. You're delusional. Delusional. I think anyone who thinks Pokemon games are ever coming out to Virtual Console again are delulu. It will never happen. You're all delusional. You're all fully delusional. Think of the money they're leaving on the table. You have to think of it from Nintendo's perspective. Nintendo thinks that they're losing money by selling Ruby and Sapphire at what would have to be a reduced cost compared to selling the most modern Pokemon games. Right? They think in their head, every copy of Ruby and Sapphire that they sell for $30 or $20 is a copy of Scarlet and Violet they're not selling for 60. Is that necessarily the correct way to think? No. Is there potentially some lost revenue they could have by releasing the old games? Maybe? But I think it's full Delulu. I think there's no way they're doing it. I actually also don't even think that Coliseum and XD will have any compatibility with Pokemon Home. I think there's going to be no compatibility with Home for Coliseum and XD on the Switch 2. I think it's no way. Absolutely not going to happen. I think there's no percent chance. They're maxing to paranoia levels. No. This is standard behavior. They do the same thing with a lot of. They do the same thing with a lot of games. Like the Smash Bros games. The Smash Bros games never ever get re-released on Virtual Console. Basically. Yeah, they Smash 64 is one of the only, it's one of 3 games that didn't get re-released on the Wii U Virtual Console. There's like almost none, right? Or I'm thinking N64 anyway. Well, this is the worst list ever because this is like general. Yep, Super Smash Brothers, and I know the other one, I think one of the Yoshi games didn't get re-released, right? Maybe I'm crazy. Dude, Bank? I don't know if you've tried to connect to Bank recently. It took a long time for Bank to connect the other day. I had multiple failed connections to Bank the other day. I think they are shrinking the servers pretty severely. Hefe tried to connect to Bank like 5 times. Three hours. That's a long time. Yeah, I'm thinking there's a chance they're gonna take down Bank without announcing it. Is this the same one? No, it's different. Is that Quirky? I don't remember. It's like 5 advances late on seed. Alright. I'm gonna have to do kitten chores. I'll be back in a moment. guys hungry? I'm not talking to chat, I'm talking to the kittens. Oh, Lord. Alright. Well, first of all, you need your medicine. Hi, Owl. Owl's gotta get eye droppies. Good girl. You're getting eye droppies, Raven. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I have to set a 10-minute timer. It's Kirby, yeah. Owl, eat up. Eagle. Raven. Alright. So far they're eating. We've had so much trouble getting little Raven to eat. I don't know. She has been a troubled eater, so we've had to syringe feed her a lot. You're not gonna... Where's Owl? He's like... That's Owl. They're so tiny. So, Raven has had a lot of trouble eating. They're weaning. So they're only 5 weeks old now. So we've had to syringe feed her a lot. She doesn't want to eat. But we finally started getting her to eat. No, these are fosters. So they're not ours. We're just fostering them for the local humane society. This is the wrong thing. What's going on here? So a couple of them have some problems, like Owl has trouble eating if I... Oh, my GameCube controller. Owl has trouble eating if I don't continuously put her food into a pile. Raven prefers eating from the spoon. But she's finally not needing it. You don't need the spoon, Raven. Problem is, I think Raven's gonna get distracted when she, when the two, because the other two are probably gonna finish before her, and then they're gonna start playing. Can you controller stop? Raven, you're such a slow eater. Oh my lord, this is so annoying. This controller keeps falling. Like, Owl and Eagle are almost done, and Raven's not even close. Eagle's trying to bury his food now. He didn't finish. He almost finished. He usually leaves like a little bit left. And then he tries to bury it, and then he comes back to it later. No, Eagle, get your foot out of there. What? And I hit the button. My controller fell over because it keeps falling over. Ugh. Actually, does that reset the V-blank? Does that even matter? It might be fine. I don't know if it's fine or not. We'll do the run anyway. You cannot eat that. I have to hold Owl in contempt of court. You stay up here. Oh, and I messed it up anyway. So we have to reset. I messed it up anyway, which is fine. You're going down. Stop. Oh my gosh. Why? We have a long time. Raven. You need to eat more. Eagle ate plenty and he'll come back to it later, I'm sure. You smell that? So you have to put the spoon on it. She'll eat from the spoon. And then you put it down, and then she'll continue eating in the bowl. This is what we have to do. She very much prefers spoon. Yeah, but she ate like a half her food, which is good. It's because they're considered weaning, so they kind of need to, like, think that they're eating from someone else, I think. I don't really know the science behind the spoon, but we read that doing spoon feeding might help get to bowl feeding, and it seems to be working out. And luckily I picked a manip today that is a short period of time. Or a long period of time, so I have the time to do this. I only manip for myself and my friends. Unless you're like deathly allergic to cats, you can probably get over the allergy. I'm also allergic to cats and so is my brother. But we just take antihistamines. Like not like Benadryl, just like an antihistamine. And when you live with the cats, you also get used to it. Nope, you gotta eat. Continue eating, little idiot. Yes, there is food that can help make cats hypoallergenic. I've heard about this. I've heard about that too. For me, the first few days I had these guys, I was very sneezy and coughy. And then as I got used to them, my body stopped freaking out as much. Good girl. Eat up. See, do you see? I don't know. It's hard to see, but I have to put the food to her. She's getting distracted by her siblings playing now. So I'm putting the food to her, and then I'm pulling it towards the bowl. You having trouble? Come on, get in the bowl. Put the spoon in the bowl, now she eats from the bowl. And this is the technique that we're doing here. She's distracted. And she'll go for the food on the spoon. Why will she go for the food on the spoon? I have no idea. I have no earthly idea why she will eat food from spoon. Food from spoon, but she will not eat from the bowl as much. Good girl, Rapin. What are you doing? Who's under here? Get. Oh, good. You're eating the scraps on my fucking mouse pad? Big clump of food there. Raven, you gotta finish. You're gonna have to stay here while the RNG minute happens. Do not move. Do not go anywhere. You cannot go into the farther reaches of the desk. I'm proud of it too, Kamango. No. Stay there, please. This is crazy. I gotta have 3 hands. Yeah. I could mommy mode her, just put her fucking neck scruff in my mouth, just hold her. Auto run would be goated. And we get a fail run. I was hoping Kitten run would be good run. This back. Kitten? She might actually be full now. Are you actually full? You know I don't trust you, right? And this is why I don't trust you, Raven. Because you're licking. I know you want to eat it. This is why she can't be trusted. You're getting distracted. I know you are. We can take an eye drop break. Yep. You need your eye drops anyway. Yeah, I know you don't like it. Such a squirmy little gremlin, bro. Owl. No, Owl, come back. All right, we're gonna let Raven play. Hopefully she'll finish the rest of this soon. She almost ate all of it, which is pretty good. I'd say like the 80% of it. I got you, Owl. This is Owl. She also needs eye drops. Alright. You're free to go, because you ate all your food. Beep. Whew. Oh my gosh. Kitten time, huh? And I have to set another timer because then I have to get them eye drops. You think you're getting diabetes? I love cat. What does diabetes have to do with cats? You mind explaining, or why do they need eye drop? They all came with eye infection. They all came with eye infections and upper respiratory infections. And so we're gonna give them eye drops to rectify such a scenario. They get tobramycin, flurbiprofen. Nope, you do not play under my desk. Get out. Scooch. Owl, I'm picking you up because you're the cutest. Owl. See her poor eye. And then they get like an eye lubricant. Oh. So we're probably gonna have them for about a month or 5 weeks or something like that, and then they're ready to go back to the shelter for adoption and getting fixed and stuff. Isn't that right? I love this kitten. They're all very cute. I've been on the old internet my whole life. I don't even remember that. But apparently it's true. I know Owl. This is Owl I'm holding. Whoa, 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 hey, no. You guys can't play with that. No, bad. This fell on the floor and they were playing with it. Eagle. This is Eagle. He's a menace to society. He is like 100 grams bigger than his two sisters. He is a sweetheart. Don't want to hold him like that. It's bad for their shoulders. He is the most playful by far. So we're being chilling. There is one more eye medication that needs to occur in 5 minutes. And then after that, I will try and feed Raven the rest of her food. Hopefully she will eat it. I think she was getting either full or she was getting distracted by her siblings who were playing. Oh, they'll be up for adoption in about a month. They seem like they're gonna be good cats. I think they're gonna be good cats too. They're very friendly, they're very playful. Owl and Raven, if they will let you just like, they'll sit on your chest and they'll just let you pet them and chill out for a bit. And they'll start purring and be happy and stuff like that. Eagle's definitely more rambunctious, but he's also very sweet and purrs a bunch and stuff like that. Yeah, our cat Saffron is like, I don't know. I want to say like semi-feral. She has feral tendencies, but she's pretty well behaved. She really only likes my wife, Amanda, but she's gotten a lot more used to me. I wouldn't say she likes me yet, but she's getting very comfortable around me. All right. We're in there. We have an attempt on the board. I actually have an attempt on the board. I've been playing through Japanese Sapphire to eventually RNG a Kyogre and a Latias. My loot goblin tendencies in Pokemon games have been backfiring because now I have a bunch of items I can't read. Oh, but yeah, because this these games still have like a pretty small item cap in your bag, right, Bobby? The Lati RNG manip is a lot easier. Why do I hatch the egg? So as you can hear, there's no music playing, right? It's just audioless. So when the egg hatches, the music is going to start playing, and it actually doesn't stop. That's loud. The music doesn't actually stop, and the music it increases the chance of method 4 happening. So it's basically the more stuff the game has to do in one video frame, the more likely you are to be able to cause a method split. And this is one of the things, is having music play. We're gonna put on the Kirby music again. I need to acquire a kitten. Owl, great for volunteering. Nope. Gotta get in there, girl. Do you want your eyes to get better or not? I love this kitten. Raven, you're volunteering? Wow, thank you. Gotta hold it weird, they're so squirmy. Oh, that's your own fault. Let's get your bad eye. Let's keep you up here, see if you'll eat. Will you eat any more? She doesn't want to eat yet. Oh, the tube fell. You don't play with the tube. Alright, we're back to it. Alright. Whew. I love the idea of how explain the stuff I do to a younger version of me, yeah. How are you supposed to have those living socks around and not keep them? Well, we don't need 3 cats, so. Or 3 new cats. We could go with 1 more, so we might keep 1 of them. Depending on how they can get along with our adult cat, Saffron. She's barely been interacting with them. We've started leaving the office door open so that she can walk by and see them. And we've started putting her food outside the office door so she has to eat out there and smell them. And then we're slowly introducing them, like, I'll be holding her in the living room and Saffron will see her. She hasn't reacted too badly. She's hissed a little bit, but yeah. Oh, do you live in Michigan? If you live in Michigan, you can genuinely, you could get Eagle probably. Here because of Joey. Thank you, that soul dude, or the soul dude. Appreciate you. Super cool that your mods got featured in Top Cut. I was so excited about it. I've made teams for 2 people who went to Worlds, and neither of them were able to get on stream. Shout out to Bugsy, shout out to Freeze Eye. But Aim's the first person whose team I made got featured on stream at all, let alone Top Cut. Not even close to living in I. It's not that far. I used to live in New York. I used to live in New York. Oh, you're about to see Owl pop up. She made it to the top of their pen. Owl is a climber. Yeah, I moved here from New York recently. The triple frame perfect Ho-Oh that I use, that I got TGTV Ho-Oh. Getting a TGTV RNG manip on an official TPC stream is so gas. It feels so cool to me. I can't explain it. I just have to get good enough at VGC to get on stream at some point. But I probably never will get. But remember, I can't take any... Listen, I gave AIM the team. It was AIM's sets. Right? It's... I had no skill in AIM claiming victory. You know what I mean? I got him the Pokemon. But they were his sets, they were his design. I didn't do anything. I got him the guys. So, like, any victory credit, that's AIM. Like, I don't want to take away any concept. I didn't even help him plan the team because I don't even know the meta at all. So don't think that I have any team building metagame skill. Yeah, a lot of people have been claiming I was 1 seed late, 2 advances late, method 1. A lot of people seem to think that AIM was handed a team and therefore a mediocre battler was allowed to win, which is very funny. You saw that hot take? Yeah, he made a video about me again. I have gotten some mild haters in the comments from him, but it's nothing too bad. Hate, yeah. I got someone who commented on a tutorial. I'm trying to find it. Someone commented on one of my tutorial where the tutorial is just how to RNG abuse breed in Heart Gold Soul Silver, and they go, how do you call this not cheating, Lamau? And then I'm like, well, how do you call it cheating? Please explain. And then they never answered me. So it's that type of stuff. I don't watch his videos. I have no interest in using his name or watching his videos because he's a very toxic individual, and I think that the only power he has is that people know his name and you talk about him. And you can take that away by refusing to engage or speak about him. If there was some good faith, non-toxic messaging, having interest talking about cheating, talking about hacking, stuff like that, I think that could be fine. But I think that the way that he goes about it is so bad and so hateful and so toxic. He doesn't use my pronouns. He doesn't use anyone's he's told people to kill themselves, stuff like that. So it's just like, you just don't want a person like that. You don't want to talk about him. And I regret even briefly talking about him in right now as I'm continuing to speak. So I think it's just not worth to even continuing. I would argue he doesn't have a platform anymore personally. He gets so few views that I would argue he basically does not have a platform. The platform that he has is given to him by people like us right now talking about anything that he's done. So you just have to not talk about him and he won't have any power. He would maybe have power if he made a real point, but any valid talking points that he has are overrun by his insane toxicity. Yeah, don't worry about it, Adam. You don't need to. Are you doing your Raikou right now, Jeff? I thought you were streaming. You didn't want to stream it? They just turned 5 weeks on last Friday, so they're like 5 weeks, 3 days. They're very young. They're considered weaning kittens, where they're trying to like not eat mom's food anymore. So they're like still need tutorial on wet foods. No, different Raikou. It's for I showed my mods it. Maybe you missed it, Bobby. Here, if you go into mod chat on Discord, Bobby, he's working on something for this website that I just linked. Oh, it's Entei. I pinged about it a little while ago. I'm actually low-key convinced Cerebi Joe's a grifter in a similar way. I think maybe I'm the only hater of Cerebi Joe on Earth, but dude, I think him saying he didn't notice any performance issues is like such a red flag. People should be meaner about in Scarlet and Violet. I think that's like something that people just need to bully about. Like you saw no performance issues in Scarlet and Violet. None. Really? You saw no performance issues. I just don't believe him. I think he had to be lying. I think it just had to be a lie to carry water for, you know. I think you can say that I think it's valid to say stuff like, I found the fun in Scarlet and Violet despite the performance issues. I think it's fine to say that, because that can be true. I've had fun playing Scarlet and Violet. It's not like I don't only hate the game, but yeah, like, you didn't notice? Really, you didn't notice any. So I don't know, to me that's like water carrying, and it's like he does have an official relationship with TPC now, so I think you just expect him to just, it's like before it was like he just loves Pokemon. He just shills for it. I do the same. I love Pokemon. I shill for it, but like, a lot of respect has been lost for that. For me, you lose respect if you are refusing to engage in honesty, because the graphics stuff about like people complained about Sword and Shield's graphics a lot, right? Like they complain about the trees or the graphics or whatever. I genuinely don't care about the graphics in Sword and Shield. If you say, Blisy, look at Sword and Shield, don't they look like shit? I would say, I think they look fine. Nope. I would say I do not need Pokemon to be very high fidelity. So I think the way they looked was fine. I don't actually have any problem with that. If someone says I couldn't get into it because the graphics look too poor, I would say, okay, that's valid. I do agree with you that they are of lower fidelity for what age of graphics we're in, but like, to me, it's not something that bothers me particularly. I also think that it's not like Pokemon Legends Arceus looked particularly great either, to be honest with you, but Legends Arceus is so fun that I don't care about the graphics. Are they lower fidelity? Do they fail at replicating the Breath of the Wild style graphically in PLA? I think they do fail, but I think the games are so fun, it doesn't fucking matter. Sword and Shield are better than Sun and Moon, I think. I think they're better than Sun and Moon, but then they're worse than PLA and probably worse than Scarlet and Violet. The problem is Scarlet and Violet are, it's so bad. I don't know, man. Like Scarlet and Violet might genuinely go up a tier when you play the Switch improvement patch if they fix all the lag issues. You know what I mean? Like that might be the case, but I think the lag is so bad, and like, the game experience is very bad in Scarlet and Violet. There's a lot of positives to Scarlet and Violet, but yeah. But I think Sun and Moon are worse. I really don't like Sun and Moon. I think at least at some point in time, Sword and Shield lets the player off reins and like do stuff. Whereas Sun and Moon literally just does not ever let you do that. You have no sense of freedom, no sense of exploration, especially with the DLC included. I think Crown Tundra is actually pretty fun. I'm such a BDSP hater. I don't know if I can ever get over how much I hate those games. I legit don't know if I can ever stop hating BDSP. I think it's important to embarrass the Pokemon company to never release a product like BDSP again. I think that's like important. I never want a product like that ever again, man. They're not solid. I would not call them solid games. BDSP isn't hated enough, true. It is not a good game. BDSP is a good game, as good as Diamond and Pearl are. Any strengths BDSP has are basically entirely from the source material that they are based on. Blink RNG fun. Never done it. Never will. Hate BDSP. Hate capture cards. This is all true. I think that you can appreciate... Oh, I should turn this music off. I think that you can appreciate... Stop it. Why are you guys doing this? Oh my god. The kittens. Okay, all three of you are being fucking menaces right now. What is happening? Tell them they're being menaces. Time for you guys to go to bed. Bedtime. E4 rematches have Ivy's, Eevee's movesets. That is like a pointless, stupid feature, I think. I think that adds literally nothing to the game. It's not like refighting the Elite Four is fun. It's not like NPC challenge battles are even fun. That's why I hate so much on people who talk about the Battle Frontier so much. And I'm like, yeah, bro, real fun to fucking LARP on. Like, the Frontier isn't fun. Like, I don't know, like, I've never found Elite Four rematches fun. I have never been an Elite Four rematch enjoyer. They have always been a means to an end, a means to gain levels, a means to do something. I think the Battle Frontier can be fun, maybe, but the challenge in the Frontier is too much tedium versus challenge, right? Usually in the Frontier, you are winning mindless battles for 99% of your run, and then the last 1% is maybe the Frontier brain, where it's an actual battle you have to be scared of and think for. And it's like you have to do 70 fucking battles to get to the brain. It's like, oh my god, bro, what? Like, it's like, are you fucking kidding me? So it's like, I would prefer shorter streaks required with more actual challenging NPCs with more difficult decision making to do. Personal, I think that's what it is. I mean, I don't think the battle towers are good either. I think their lack of ability to I think the most fun I've had in a battle facility has probably been the white, or it was Black Tower I did. I don't think I did White Tower or White Tree Hollow. I did Black Tower. Black Tower is pretty fun. Because it's like a little maze thing, but it's not as like tedious as the pyramid, I think. The pyramid is like just, it's too long, I think, maybe. As early, maybe. Yeah, you should be able to, Omniverse. Damn, always blue. I think the pyramid or the frontier can be fun. I think it can be fun. I think you just have like I think the frontier again. This is only Gen 3 frontier for the record. I think the frontier needs a lot of adjustments for me to consider it fun. But I think a fun version of it can exist. 1 seed late, 4 advances late. I do think it's shameful that they've like tried, like basically given up on doing any post-game content. It's kind of lame. It's like the post-game content now is DLC. It's like you're supposed to do one-time story missions and that's it. It's like, okay. They like half-assed added some shit in what's it called? Sword and Shield with the Elite Four rematch things where you get random trainers. It's like, wow, so exciting. I can fight other people in the Elite Four in Sword and Shield. Snacksworth is fine. Snacksworth really isn't like, he's not really post-game content, I would say. He's like, I'll be right back. I have to pee. He is post-game content, but like he's not what I'm thinking of personally. I have to pee. Shiny luck? There was no good reason? I mean, there is a good reason, right? Not when Dynamax Adventures weren't? In Dynamax Adventures, it's not as glaring, like there's no glaring transition. With Snackswork, if they were shiny and then you talk to them, the camera zooms in on them, they would pop to, the way the intros are, they would pop to be a different color. Yeah, but the screen serves as an effective transition. I believe the issues with these guys is there's no transition. You press A on them and the camera never removes from them. I think it's mine. Anything to upset shiny hunters, I'm happy. What up? I'm eating Doritos for lunch. I'm sure it's a good decision. I mean, I think the easiest explanation is my explanation plus, like, laziness, basically. Cool. So it's like, they just quick implemented these static legends. And they were like, ah, shit. If it shows up shiny, it looks like shit. And they were like, just fucking lock them, bro. And that was it. I feel pretty confident that's what happened. What up, Eagle? You see this guy? He's screaming. Oh, bye. Well, we got the, Alex, you seen the kittens? They're 5 weeks old. We're fostering. Alright, go back to your hut. Oh. You guys should fall asleep soon. You played for like 2 hours. They're very cute. I might be late on the seed. That felt like a late press to me. Monka, I have a Toto. I have a Monka emote, Jeff. You bitch. Channel member for fucking 8 years. Don't use my goddamn Blisy Monka emote. Refuses to give me free head. Blisy Monka, there it is. That's a quality emote. You can't tell me it's not a quality emoji. I drew that shit myself. It's a quality emoji. I wouldn't say it's the highest quality, but it's a good quality. And we get beasted. We get beasted by God. God said not today. And we rip another. And we rip another. How long have I been streaming? I've almost been streaming for 4 hours. Wait, uh-oh. Interesting. I didn't really plan to stream this late today. Oh, that's okay. Seed was gonna be late anyway. Golbat was saving you time. True. That's the cope way to think about it. It'd be cool to see at least one shiny today, but I'm low-key washed today. I'm not like even hitting my seed at all. I was on seed 1 frame early once, so it's not that bad. Took me 4 hours to get a Grimer. True. Still haven't gotten your Abra. Bro, just fake it. Dude, boot up an emulator and just fucking edit the Abra in. You gotta just fake it, bro. Secret that I enjoy. I mean, it's fun. RNG Manip's fun. We built the whole thing about this. Wow, this is one. You made a whole video about how it's great. It's one of Hefe's greatest videos. Severely underviewed. Pokemon changed forever. Hefe. Thank you. They get like Cerebee's 3 screenshots. Wait, what? What is he? He has level 5 Reggies. Where is this in? I've never even heard of this. That's so funny. Why? Why did he hack in a Pokemon? You know what's even funnier about this? What's even funnier about this screenshot to me is that it's only there to showcase the move Explosion. Like, he could have just got a fucking Geodude. Or like a Volt. Doesn't Voltorb come with it when you catch it? Like, what? That's so funny. Motherfucker just edits in a level 5 Registeel. It come with it. Why? Can you get a level 5 Registeel anywhere? Was there a level 5 Registeel event? Is he not? Is there a no hack cope? No. Oh yeah, explosion level 46, yeah. Yeah, I feel like it can't have been that hard to get an explosion Pokemon. Yeah, Regigigas is level 1. What opponent, Jeff, has a level 4 Wormpole and then also a Registeel? What up, Valiant XD818? Level 5 Ditto is impossible. That's true. That's also true, actually. Level 5 Smeargle is possible. Level 5 Smeargle. The level 5 Smeargle cope is real. Sketch transform turned into Registeel. That would be possible if there was a trainer with a Wormpole and a Registeel. The return of the ogre. Indeed, Rashad. Oh. By the way, gamers, if you're having a good time, please consider hitting the like button. It's a free way to help me out. And if you want to help me out for not free, you could consider becoming a channel member. It's only $1.99 a month, which is 1/3 the price of a Twitch subscription to your favorite streamer. You get access to all my videos early. And other behind-the-scenes content, like early scripts, revisions. You get access to a bunch of emoji you can use here. You get access to my videos uploaded early, sometimes multiple days. You get access to a special chat in my Discord and more, all for $1.99 a month. And I'm working on a video this week, so if you want to see that video early, please consider becoming a channel member. I have everyone in chat's mom's phone number. Where's this going? I'm hunting Kyogre today, as the thumbnail may suggest. And the name, I think, also may suggest. All the way, that's where it's going. Jeff, what's going on? What are you talking about in my stream? It's a lot of mom's phone numbers to have. It's time to hatch the little egg. You'll hear all about it the next major family gathering. You hug Jeff's mom. I have hugged Jeff's mom. This is also true. Damn, beasted. I gotta shave. Oh. We have an attempt coming up. And by an attempt coming up, I realized 305 more minutes. All right, we're chilling. We're being chilling. We're back to being chilling. Straight or electric razor? There's more than those two options. I use a safety razor. I use an electric razor when it's really long to trim it down, and then I use a safety razor. Guy who doesn't believe in safety razors, for the Make Up a Guy Twitter. He's like, what do you mean? There's only straight and electric. Safety razor, I've never heard of it. The two genders, straight razor and electric. You shaved with a bonfire, true story. My brother growing up didn't have to shave one of his legs because of burns that he had. He got light burns from an oil fire on one of his pant legs. They weren't any worse than sunburn, but he didn't have to shave for years because he used to shave his legs for swimming. He was a swimmer, and he didn't have to shave his left leg for years. Have you ever used the mod shop in RSE? I don't know what that is. Mod shop RSE. What is that? What is the mod shop? What is RSE even? I don't even know what RSE is. RSE mods, server and client. What the fuck is this? Yeah, I thought they were talking about Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, but clearly they're not. What is the mod shop? The mod shop is used with Game Shark SP to buy special items like the EXP share. I don't. The mod shop is the fact that it's called the mod shop is funny. I've never used such a thing. I think the codes I always use just put items directly into my bag. I don't even know if, I think my action replay still works, luckily. Hefe's Game Shark is broken. But my action replay works. You know how it be. I had 3 action replays, they all broke. Never had it. It's something that's only accessible from GameShark SP. Oh, that's not true. If you can do it on Action Replay, you can do it on GameShark. They work the same way. What do you do to those poor action replays? I mean, they're definitely not built as well as actual Nintendo stuff. Can we get one pink? Can we get one pink enjoyer? Zero pinks. We'll see how we work. Can I be at least on seed? This is adamant. $148, $106, $94, $135, $136, $86. I was on seed for advanced. Yeah, 4 advances late. I've been like in advanced laters to. I don't even want to adjust because I felt like I'm doing fine, but we're gonna get one more rip in. How long have I been at this? Today, 4 hours. Total, 58 hours, 34 minutes. I'll be right back. Gotta investigate. You have a flashcard from a shitty seller who thinks you tricked you into thinking it's heart gold. That's funny. Game Boy Player has some. This is not the Game Boy Player. This is Pokemon Box Ruby and Sapphire. I'm not even playing this on a GameCube. I'm playing it on a Wii. Pokemon Box Ruby and Sapphire has a mode that lets you just play. Play Ruby and Sapphire without that. It only plays Ruby and Sapphire. It cannot play any of the other games because it just has an emulator and a ROM on it. It's crazy to think they made a Game Boy Advanced emulator in 2002 or whatever. I never used Pokemon Box. I don't think it's very good. I just store all my Pokemon in Emerald version. Yeah, if it was accurate, it wouldn't like this manip wouldn't work in MGBA, getting this Kyogre, but it will work in this. How does this shiny not exist? Explain. Have you ever considered talking to people with manners like they're human beings? Do you go up to people in real life and say stuff like that, WhiteFang77, Dark Messiah? Do you go up to friends in real life and say, how does this work? Explain! Have you ever considered, you know, being human? Or what? I'm just saying. Just gotta learn some manners. Explain random person that lives in my screen. Someone is grumpy. I'm not grumpy. I just think that's like, why do you talk like that? They just... What would happen if you traded this Kyogre once you get it? What do you mean what would happen? It'd be in a different game, right? Hey, Blisy, you got me into RNG Manip, and I just finished a full shiny playthrough of Ultra Sun. W Sniffles? Very awesome. The inaccuracies in the software allow it to be possible. What makes it difficult is that I have to be frame perfect 2 times consecutively, and then after that, I have to hope I get like a 1 in 4, a 1 in 5 roll of me getting a method split due to the inaccuracy of the software. Well, it's more like my first interaction with a person. If they're typing at me like that, it's like weird. It's like, what? It's like, I don't usually, like, my first time ever, like, I don't mind talking to people like that as like a bit. Like, I'll go into Jeff's chat and talk to him like that because it's funny. But I know Jeff, you know? I mean, you don't have to treat me with respect or anything like that. But it's like, I'm not gonna, if you type like that, I'm not gonna answer your question, because it's like, what the fuck? It's like you come in and you just like demand shit. It's like, bruh. You know, you could just talk, right? We're just human beings. The way I understand it is simple. I'm supposed to use a wizard. No, don't worry, bro. I mean, I'm not going on about it. People in chat are talking about it, and I'm responding. Yeah. As far as I understand, Pokemon has no PID legality check. PK Hex recognizes it as legal, of course, yeah. What's up, Manuel? I mean, for a long time, people thought that all Pokemon could be on method 1, 2, and 4 because all of the RNG manip research was done on emulators. But nowadays, we have a more clear understanding. It's been known for a very, very long time about this method 4 technique. I bought this game to get a method 4 Pokemon. Just to get some method 4 Pokemon in general. Just because it's cool. Yeah, if there was never an official emulator like this that had Method 4, but you were getting Method 4 on emulators like VBA, then Method 4 would not be legal, although it would probably still pass in like Pokemon Home and stuff. But like they really do not have any consideration for methods in the official Legality software. You ran from Groudon? Why would you run from it? I guess for me, it's like... What game is this? He is playing as Fire Red character. I am not. This is... This is May from Ruby and Sapphire, and I'm playing Sapphire. What? Why do you think it's a Fire Red character? I don't think he does, forward. May, do you remember the protagonist May from Fire Red and Leaf Green? What is going on? You guys are misbehaving like these kittens. Thought it was May from Fire Red. No, what? May's always from Ruby and Sapphire. What? What's happening? Lobotomy's going on? Yeah, I just got lobotomized. You love the old Fire Emblem games? The only Fire Emblem game I like is Sacred Stones. That game's gas. And that's the only one I like because it's the only one I've really played. May from May from Smash Bros. Leaf from Smash Bros. You see her in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. You see her in Smash Bros. Brawl, yeah. Sacred Stones is one of the only one. Dude, I had such an argument with my friend Steven. I remember we were like adults. We were like 24 and he was like 26. And I was like, yeah, the best character in that game is Seth. And he was like, no, Seth sucks. He's a Jagan. And I was like, no, Seth's the only good one. You don't know about this? And he was like, what do you mean? And I was like, you can solo the game with Seth. It's easy. He's the only good one. And they were like, he like literally didn't believe me that you could solo Sacred Stones with Seth. And that he's like one of the best Jagans ever because he doesn't fall off for some reason. And he just refused to believe me. He was like, you don't know about Jagans? And I was like, I know about Jagans. And he didn't believe me, bro. My guy did not believe me that you could solo the game with him. Literally a forum post I found from 2017. Should I use Seth? I think using the pre-promotes are really bad. How would Seth hold up late game? They go, Seth is incredible. He has great bases and good growths. He's capable of soloing the game while carrying Erica. I've not heard good things about the Shadow Dragon remake. I heard the main issue with the Shadow Dragon remake is it keeps like all the NES style menus. It doesn't make any like modern accommodations like the menus usually do, right? I don't know what makes it bad. I've not heard that it's good. I've not heard good things about it. I've heard Path of Radiance is a very good game. I've just never played it. I've played Fire Emblem Sacred Stones. I played the one before Sacred Stones. Was it just Fire Emblem 7? Which one had Roy's dad? I played that one. Is that Elwood as Roy's dad? I played that one. And then I played the 3DS one where you design your main character and then like that like creepy girl like stalks you the whole game. The Fire Emblem Awakening is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, I'm thinking of Awakening. Thinking of Awakening, and I'm thinking of Tharja, who like watches you when you sleep. She's like, I watched you sleep, bro. And I'm like, what the fuck? Blue, better color anyway. Yeah, coped. We're coped. This is adamant. Different adamant one though. Did I forget a stat? 1 seed late, like 4 advances early. Cringe. Cringe. Well, I have failed today. But thank you everybody who tuned in. I'm actually going to end. I really only wanted to stream for like 2 hours. I just kind of got lost in the sauce, if I'm honest with you guys. So, yeah. Okay. I'll see you all later. Thank you for watching. I'll probably be back Thursday with a stream. And yeah, I'll see you. Bye.